Gotta love the long loading on Vulcan. There we go.
What's new? Hmm?
Alrighty, let's see if we can finish up the campaign today. Should be possible time-wise. Fingers crossed we don't run into anything silly and rip again.
Good day. Where to?
Alright, so what have we done? We've done Eye of Hinukora, we've done Kedge, we've done Wakapanu, the Isle of Kin, and then Prison.
This is as close as we can get.
Ah, we made it.
Well, this is online tonight. Oh, nice, Cal's on.
Be wary here. The kinfolk are a bit crazed lately. They used to be nothing more than a nuisance. But now that volcano rumbles like it's hungry, and you can see them carting sulfite down there. Okay, good luck then.
Funny little beasts with big ambitions. What are they digging for? This radiates power. I must claim it. This looks too sophisticated for kids.
It's a map piece on this map, isn't there? Yeah, there is. I remember to find that. Keep forgetting to use demon form. It's been so long since I've used demon form, keep forgetting that I need to turn it on.
Why cage what you can control? Better dead than caged.
Grab the waypoint before and come back.
This heat, hot enough to strip flesh.
want a show? Ha! I'll give you a show.
I think with Harvard, damage is actually pretty damn good. Alright, so need the map piece and then we can go back into the next level, Warren.
The cage. Should have left you for dead.
Where is this map piece? It's going to be the last place we check, isn't it? Always is.
Excuse me, fella. Where's your face? Your deaths will be swift.
Not gonna bother. Probably don't need any gear upgrades, can pretty much just reuse what have left over from the previous character all the way through to Endgame, assuming we get there. This Cloak of Flame should probably hold up into the early Endgame as well, so we'll have to start looking for a scepter though. This one is pretty horrible that I'm using at the moment. Really should have been picking up more scepters on my previous... Hey Braggy, how you doing, buddy? Good morning to you, good evening to me. It's been a good day today. And actually really looking forward to this session. I was excited to get back to playing this build again today.
They don't attack. How strange. Seems they don't want to
Always
share.
fun playing something new. The only thing with these Grim Pillars is that I literally cannot see shit. I'll stand on the edge and let them do their work. God forbid there's any ground effects. I should be picking up these ones. Yeah, good stuff, bud. Hopefully she sleeps well and you get some time to yourself. Yeah, I'm very curious to maybe curious isn't the right word. I kind of wonder what it would have been like doing this as my first character, because that was my original plan. I do know you do get the Grim Pillars gem, I think, guaranteed in Buried City in Act 2. So it's definitely possible, but it's definitely been a lot smoother on the second character. Obviously with like a whole bunch of twink gear and stuff like that. Got the +3 life sprig, running Cloak of Flames with Gore Girdle and things like that, so pretty OP. You're a lucky man. I've got plenty of friends with kids, and it's a mixed bag. Some of them you see constantly sleep deprived because the kids have got weird sleep schedules and can't sleep properly. Well, Palstron, who really created or popularized the build, did it as his league starter in 0.5. Oh, pardon me. And apparently had a very smooth progression, so I'd imagine it still works as a league starter, but yeah, obviously works even better as a second. The only thing that's really rough with it is that finding these fluxes to upgrade the gem itself seems pretty tricky. It seems so weird that you just can't use a normal skill gem. You need to find these fluxes, and they don't seem to be all that common.
I like your laugh. Shame that we don't.
God, the single target's actually really nice. Not gonna lie, that felt very smooth.
Intellect always trumps mindless brawl.
Yeah, make sure while you're leveling on your first character just to pick these up whenever you find them in Remnants. Make sure to select them. I did for a while, and then I forgot in Endgame, which is a bit frustrating because I think the highest level one I've got is 16, and I definitely saw level 17, 18, and 19 ones later on and didn't pick any up, which is going to leave me a little bit high and dry in Endgame, but we'll see how we go. So we got 13, 14, and 16, so that's going to be okay. We'll see how we go.
Welcome. Let's deal. What are you interested in? Always nice doing business with you. Fair enough. Come back soon.
Don't want instant recovery.
Welcome. Hail, impeccable. The marvel of commerce. Good day. Done. Until next time.
Yeah, I'm sure there is guaranteed ones. Like I said, I do know that Well, I don't know 100%. I'm like 99% sure that Buried City in Act 2 has the Grim Pillar selection. So I believe that's the guaranteed place where you can kind of make sure to get it.
There's 3.
But that's also, yeah, a good idea. I'd almost be tempted to do that now as a backup, but I'm pretty much through most of the campaign anyway. Well, that's a decent ring to have as a backup. Anything here that I need? Where was I going with these last couple of points? I did want to get my defenses up. Skill speed. In some respects, skill speed would be good on both weapon sets. What other options do I have here? We got this shape-shifting tree. We got this one. I did want this as well as a defensive node. Got this cluster of spell damage. You got this totem cluster to work down towards, and this crit cluster as well. So there's plenty of options here. Actually, totem life would be good to get. Start working my way there. What can I put on weapon set 2? Under some good defensive nodes around here. To be honest, I don't know, Braggy, off the top of my head what the alt quality is. Let's have a very quick look. I'm curious. Probably be saying good. Gemling's good at everything. Bigger eruption radius, which means more overlap, which means more damage. So that's good. And seemingly nothing. Oh no, hold on. Scale sparks for our totem set and increased cast speed. So yeah, both good. Probably nothing really uniquely build defining, but just makes it better. Cast quicker and more damage, basically. Yeah, nothing game breaking, just a general buff. I think I will just take the lazy option and pick that for now. It's more armor.
What can I do for you?
Handed in the map piece, didn't I? So what's left? Prison. I think that's it.
Talamoana. Where to?
God, I need to go back here. I didn't kill the shark. You definitely want that quest item for later. Yo, Atomic, what's up, buddy?
We've arrived.
The thing is, the mercenary start point is actually really good, but it's just difficult for the campaign. Well, it really depends what you want to do. If you want to play armor, then there's a whole bunch of armor stuff you can path through in order to get to the totem stuff here. It's not the worst, because most of the totem stuff, the two main totem clusters are like here, and there's a whole bunch of like, there's crit there, there's crit here. I think there's a little bit of crit there, here, and I think there's some in here. It's not the worst. It's not the worst starting point. If you're going armor, but then again, how good is armor on Gemling? Not sure. I'm persisting with it. I refuse to... So this time, I'm going to see how far I can take the Cloak of Flame Gore Girdle combo. I didn't even realize I had actually found a Cloak of Flames on the first playthrough. So I was looking at it and there was like a Gore Girdle, a decent one here, on trade for I think a couple of exalts. I was like, fuck it, I'll YOLO this combination. Yeah, I feel the same way, Atomic. I will potentially die on my own sword in saying this, but I think armor is far superior to ES. The only problem is it's kind of like this weird progression. I think everyone unanimously agrees armor is the best in the campaign. You'll probably see the vast majority of, especially in hardcore, probably players doing armor in campaign. Then in kind of mid-end game, this kind of difficult progression point in the end game, it drops off because of how much you need to mitigate the big hits, which is all that's important. But then when you get the top end investment and you kind of get back, you get through that hump and you start getting better gear, dear God, does it ramp up, and you practically become immortal. Yeah, exactly. If you want to put it in numbers on a scale, exactly. It's like that kind of bell curve type progression.
What can I do for
It's fantastic, then it drops right off, and then it's fantastic again.
you? Do come again? Hail. Impeccable offer. Fair enough.
What was I doing? Oh, I came back to town because I forgot to quality up my cloak. Some free runic ward, so why not? I'm actually tempted to throw a Chaos Orb at this. What's the worst that can happen? It down rolls the physical damage taken as fire. That would be probably the worst outcome. I'd say probably more so. I would actually go as far as saying it's about level 70 to about level 90 is the rough period. Maybe 85. And then 90 plus, like I said, well, like we saw in my first character, the difficulty is getting that bloody armor applies to chaos modifier just to avoid those one-shots like the ones that got me. Or a Panther Idol. I still cannot... Well, that's another thing I need to ask people. I'm seriously shocked no one has these. So, like you said, there isn't a lot of armor players. And I believe it's only pretty much applicable for armor players. So you'd think some people just have some lying around. I won't ask Cal because he would be using it himself as well. He's playing armor. I do know they're one of the rarer idols. I never seem to find a lot of them on standard either. Yeah. I think if I get to endgame with this character, I may actually spec into the Asmeri Spirits on the Atlas. Do a couple of the Atlas maps to get some points and spec into Spirits just to get more of a chance of getting some of those idols. Cheers, Braggy. Good luck to you as well, mate. Stay alive. What was I looking for? The shark. To get the fin, because the quest buff from that is very juicy. What is it? 15% armor applies to Ellie. God, I forgot how nice demon form feels in campaign. You'd almost literally have no movement speed on your boots and you'd be just flying through as well. I already had that, didn't I? I'll check down here just in case. Alright, found the beach. He'll be somewhere along this beach, I'm guessing. I should be checking chat to see if anyone replied. He does not, alright. Three times 200% stones. What do you mean by that? Oh, here we go.
Whatever that belongs to, at least it's down there.
Ah, okay. Oh yeah, I could see how that could be really good for XP boosting. Obviously, most of my experience from Expedition is in Standard, where I don't really care about XP all that much. Ooh. I can...
Almost a pity I had to kill it.
Awesome, we've got a Panther Idol locked in! What a Chad. Oh, that's a bit of a relief. 10%, not much, but that's still massive. Good to have that. I don't know if I'll use it on this right now, even though I plan on carrying this through to probably level 70, 80 or so. I'll save it in case I do eventually make the desired chests that I want. Actually, where do they pop in? They pop in here, don't they? Cool. Hey, Big Nasty. Yeah, such a great community. So supportive. You in Australia as well, bud? East or West Coast? Nah, no clan. I kind of hang around with kind of the Rabbit, Kaltorak, Blaze kind of crew. Yeah, exactly, Atomic. And like, I would almost be even like, I really am curious to see if I could even potentially stretch this deep into Endgame, because the lovely thing about Cloak of Flame and Gore-Girdle with the Infernalist is I've already got a 20% conversion through Altered Flesh. This is 70%. I could potentially try and get a corrupted one up to about 55, 60%. I'm already pathing in this area. I could go up and get another 5% conversion here. I could literally be taking practically no physical damage at all, and then having the Gore Girdle double my armor applies to Ellie and armor applies to Chaos. Obviously, my armor's pretty horrible at the moment, but if we could get that up to about at least 20k ideally, maybe a stretch without the chest piece, but even maybe 17, 8k or so, and then double true girdle, stack a whole bunch of armor applies to Ellie, and then even like that Panther idol of 10% gets doubled by the girdle. Hey, West Coast as well. Nice. Can you invite to the clan? Technically, I am an officer, although I never asked for that. So probably ask Dead Rabbit. Pop into his chat when he's on next time. I kind of don't want to abuse any privileges in here, even though they seemingly have made me an officer. Hey, respect South Ruhr as well. Fuck those north of the river people. Alright. I'm terrible at multitasking. When I'm chatting, I don't know how to bloody use my mouse and keyboard. I'll tell you where I am, but I kind of don't want to dox myself. On the off chance there's some weirdo just listening in or checking the VOD later on.
All hands on deck.
Yeah. Band with us, Atomic.
We made it.
Nah, you're not a weirdo, mate. You just like the app. And like I said, I don't mind that at all.
Nice spot for a prison. Not so great if you want to escape.
Anyone who makes justice their identity must be astonishingly dull.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty sure it's inevitable. I've even seen, like, massive streamers, like... Well, Rabbit is big. Maybe not as experienced, but even, like, Rabbit, I've seen him, like, open up shit before and his, like, full legal names shown. I'm pretty sure he's kind of let slip roughly where he lives and shit like that as well, like, the rough area. It's almost impossible to avoid. You see... You know, even simple shit like you see big streamers log into games and their like emails showing and it's like their full legal name as well. And, you know, reality is you just can't avoid it. There's just too much shit on your computer. You'd have to probably be super diligent just to hide everything. Yeah, exactly. You point your cam out the window, and literally someone can screen grab that and probably put it in something like Chat GTP, and it'll tell exactly, you know, pinpoint the exact place he's living. It's scary, the day and age we live in. One thing I can say, Big Nasty, is I used to love taking the kayak out onto the Canning River. It was such a shame when I moved into this apartment. I didn't have space for it and had to sell it. Although annoyingly, like a year after I moved in, they installed some kayak racks in the basement. It's like, fucking hell. Yeah, I love apartment living. I spent too many years in the family house, in a family home, having to mow lawns and do all this gardening and stuff like that. And don't get me wrong, it is amazing having a garden, but maintaining it's a pain in the ass. Like, we had a massive garden. Just, you'd have to spend a whole Sunday just maintaining it every single week. Yeah, water's the way to go here in Perth. 100%. The property prices reflect it as well. Property prices here have just been going absolutely ballistic. Yeah, FIFO, like probably half of the other population of Perth. Kids here in Australia pretty much get taught to swim almost before they can walk, because you're literally risking their lives if you don't teach them how to swim, because there's water everywhere. Everyone lives on the water. Everyone spends time on the water. It gets to 40 degrees Celsius in the summer, so everyone's always going to the beach. If you saw an aerial view over the suburbs, which there's massive urban sprawl here as well, but if you had an aerial view, probably every second, maybe is an exaggeration, probably on average every third or fourth house will have a pool. So your kids are always going to be visiting someone at some point with a pool. Yeah, it's nuts. Definitely need to know how to swim here. I used to always love, one of my relatives in Poland has a little cottage type thing by the lake as well. Very peaceful. Always enjoyed going there whenever they invited us. I've got a very good friend who lives in Vancouver, and I have done a snowboarding trip up your way to Big White and Sun Peaks. Absolutely stunning there. Loved it. If I was a little bit younger and not... I'm very happy with where I am at the moment, but if I was younger and wasn't too happy here, Canada is definitely a place I would be tempted to go and live. Yeah, beautiful area. Did I get the remnant here? I did, didn't I? So I'll use the last flux for Grim Pillars at level 46, and from what I checked on PoEDB, every level has a character level requirement of 6. So that would mean at level 52 I can upgrade it again. So I just need to keep a note to myself. Yeah, I've got plenty of friends like that as well, Atomic. I've got some friends who I literally don't talk to for years, like 1-2 years, and then when we chat, it's like we're brothers again type of thing. We had a very tight-knit Polish community when I grew up here, and we all kind of still try and keep in touch periodically. There's just too much history there not to be close, irrespective of how long it's been since we've last talked. God, this campaign is so much easier with Twink here. So much more relaxing. But then again, let's not jinx ourselves. Alright, I'm going to take these fluxes, even though I don't need the level 12. I'm going to take it as a backup. So just talk about jinxing myself, and who knows. I may be having to go through this again in a day or two. Especially considering my persistence trying to get armor to work on the Infernalist. I've kind of lost touch with all my gaming friends. I kind of made a return to gaming with PoE 2 after a bit of a hiatus. During COVID, I just got really... threw myself into work and didn't really have time for it. But on a bit of a sabbatical now, so I was like, allow myself to get into gaming a little bit. Started with the YouTube channel, so I have something a little bit at least semi-productive and creative to do with it. And it's all progressed to this point. Now trying streaming and having a lot of fun with that as well. Highly recommend if anyone's been thinking about doing it. Just ridiculously easy. Like, God knows I am probably the most amateur person at this shit and doing okay. Same with the YouTube. Literally just need like OBS. I remember when I started the YouTube channel, I wasn't even using any video editing software. I was literally just single cutting, doing one take guides on OBS and pretty much slapping them straight onto YouTube. Still did okay, as long as you know what you're talking about. That's really what people are after. Are you talking in the context of first-person shooters, kind of like competitive games? Yeah, I know what you mean. You do need a bit of a... what's the word I'm looking for? Like, similar game style where you kind of just intuitively understand the way both of you, or both or three of you, depending on how many players you're stacking. Oh, is this the boss? Is it? Shit. Alright, I need to lock in a little bit on this guy, because this guy can be scary. Which actually reminds me, I'm going to go spend these 2 passive points. And see if there's anything I can just quickly upgrade on the gear. What's the stash? What was it? Okay, so the gloves still 65. Boots 54, so still a little bit off. Boots is probably the best upgrade here. So the armor applies to Ellie with the gore girdle. It's kind of important. Do I have any other pieces? Ugh, low armor roll though. Jeez, what is that? Does have a prefix 3 to try and slam a plus or percentage. That's really just going to be a side grade to this. What else do we have here? 54. No movement speed though. Yeah. Although with demon form that's not as big of an issue, but still not desirable. 75, 59, no move. Oh, this one's actually very nice. Again, no movement speed though. Could try with desecration. Hold on, we'll put that in there just so I have it. Shit, I might have to start picking up boots. 75. Could throw and trample toe, although that doesn't give us anything at all. No, okay. We'll just have to send it with what we have.
Here's what I've got. Oh, the marvel of commerce.
Ooh, next tier of flask. 817. Low life. No.
Fair enough. Bye then.
We will salvage that though.
Mysterious artifact found.
What I want to do, yeah, these 2 points. Okay, where were we going? With the set 1, I was wanting to get this totem life, so I'm not having to worry about them dying so quickly. And we wanted more defenses. Where was I pumping the defenses? I believe I was just mindlessly putting him into an armor roll somewhere. Oh, here we go. Oh, there's got to be something better than that I can put it into. Not really any defensive nodes anywhere here, is there? Could work my way down to this. 15% armor applies to Ellie. Where else is there armor applies to Ellie? Oh, that cluster's a little bit awkward to get to. 15. 1, 2, 3. I think I'm going to work my way down into this node. Alright, boss time. So much fun. Like, the difference between playing Apex solo and with a team is like night and day, even if they're not talking.
Oh my! What's in here? This Azaro is holding a number on you.
Uh-oh. Did my game crash? Am I dead? Alt F4. Game instantly froze. Fun. Oops, still alive according to this. Am I still in the boss arena? No. Ah, that's not bad. Can checkpoint our way back there. Oh, no check. What? Ah, mamma mia. Oh well, we'll get a bit more XP. Not the worst thing in the world on hardcore. And not the worst thing on this build of Demon for either. We'll fly through. Better than ripping. Yeah, exactly. Exactly crazy. I'll do a remnant again. Take another one of these. One thing I'm actually really tempted to try on this build as well is another unique item that I had. Oh god, items left. Another unique item I actually realized I had lying around was the Shinabog. I was wondering whether the damage on that, it obviously wouldn't compare to a wand by any stretch of the imagination, but whether it would be viable, I guess is the right word, and then use a Slavin in the offhand. Because I'm actually switching between weapon set 1 and 2 all the time. Because you can put the totem snapshot when you put them down, so you can put them down in a more highly DPS orientated weapon set. And then you can switch to another weapon set to cast the Entangle, which is just level 1 because it's just there to pop the Grim Pillars. And you can have that weapon set a lot more defensive. So I was thinking of putting the Slavin into weapon set 2. That's going to happen one way or another, I think. And I was wondering whether I could also keep the weapon set 1 relatively defensive and stack the block chance on both weapon sets and then run the Shinabog in weapon set 1. But yeah, a couple more levels until we have the required level to actually test that out. But I am very curious to see whether it's viable. Yeah, I have heard about that, Crazy, but to be honest, I kind of like the weapon swapping, especially in hardcore, where I can then have a more defensive setup. Like I said, you can literally put in a shield into your weapon set 2 and just run around, essentially. Oh, bug flying around, sorry. Yeah. What's the meta these days with the weapons in Apex? I do know it keeps changing. I used to always love the 301, the Carabine. Always liked playing at range. Always loved sniping as well. Okay, let's see if we hopefully not crash again. God, this single target when you get the full combo right is disgusting. Holy shit. I'm really enjoying this build, not gonna lie. And although I'm twinked out, I'm really twinked out more so from a defensive standpoint. Like, I'm literally using just a +3 level 1, which is, yeah, good, but nothing else really on this life sprig gives you any damage. 8% cast speed is like, meh. Could replace that with a rare very easily. Yeah, the visual clarity makes me a little bit nervous once we get into endgame with... I'm going to have to be very, very tanky to feel safe, but we'll see how it goes. That's the whole fun of it. I've kind of gotten over the fear of dying after that first death now. Like... Where am I going? I'll check that clip later on, Atomic. kind of want to get through this campaign as quick as possible so we can get into some more interesting things with the endgame. Level 51, so one more level and I can upgrade the rim pillars again. So what do we have left? We've done that, we've done that, done that, done that, done that. Oh, should be able to do plunder point. Forgot to hand in the... Oh shit, where was the treasure map? Did I miss it again? That's pending. Am I blind? Can anyone see? Like 1, 2, 3. Where the hell's the 4th? Yeah, I see what you mean. It's annoying how there's that desync between setting sail and... Oh, yep, Shrike Island will be over here, won't it? Yeah. Thank you, Crazy. I always forget that pulling up the map through the UI is different from setting sail.
Land ahoy.
I'm on it. What's your step? I left Nakanu before I would...
Someone find Garrukans. Oh, someone got Varanas. Nice. Varanas is actually really good on this build.
The Karui are brave to hunt here. I'll give them
So we
that.
do run mag effect, and then you get the 20% extra damage on single target. There was a time, Atomic, I remember when I was kind of... I never got too deeply into it, but I do remember learning some of the recoil patterns of the different guns, especially my favorite ones. And yeah, I'm aware there's like different patterns for different... And the flatline was always crazy. It had a crazy tracking pattern. Hey, good on you, buddy. How's it going, mate? Mr. Herminator, such a Chad. Helped so much yesterday, especially with that ascendancy. Holy shit. Knowing I don't need to bother with those ascendancies is such a relaxing feeling. If you can't tell by the tone of my voice, I do not a big fan of the ascendancy trials. God, been running around without demon form again. Yeah, I've got all my chores, shopping, went for my run. It's now getting into the evening, and now I can just relax, hopefully get it like a 6-7 hour session in today. Hey Scythe, how's it going, mate? I played the flatline a lot in Apex as well. Very similar. Obviously, the tracking pattern was quite a bit rougher than the 301, but still very similar game style for both of them. He is disgusting with, oh god, with sniper rifles. I used to watch some of his streams and just he literally just sit. I think even in the competitive scene, he was just known for just running around and doing nothing but sniping, even at close range. I never got to know him very well, but I used to play a lot with, not with, against Zero and Jen Burden during the early days of Apex. Pretty much the Australian servers only ever had one kind of running game, Diamond and above, and they were always in those games, so I'd always see them. Yeah, Mandy streamed a shitload of Apex, played it for ages. I don't know if he still does, but then again, I haven't really been following Apex much in the last year or two. I kind of stopped watching Apex. I think it was the year that TSM had that absolutely crazy championship win where they were like miles behind and then won 3 games in a row. It was like epic as shit. It was like the craziest esports kind of victory I've ever seen, I think. Maybe only compared by like some faker shenanigans in League of Legends. Yeah, I'd imagine. Jeez, it was crazy the other day when Rabbit raided me. Like, I'm sitting there in the first couple of days, I think with like, there was like 3 or 4 of you. Like, I think Atomic, you may have been there. Herminator's been here since the start. And then all of a sudden it's like, bang, 300 or 400 viewers raid you. Hey, Mr. Blazeworks. How's it going, buddy? You still in number 1? How's the push going? Oh, yes, our boy Blaze holding up top spot still. My setup is a little bit twinked, but it's not really twinked from a DPS point of view because this life sprig's starting to drop off. But holy shit, after playing Shield Wall for, what was it, about a week, completely different game style, so relaxing, feels very overpowered. The only thing maybe I'm a little bit apprehensive about, which I think Crazy Odd also mentioned earlier, is the visual clarity in hardcore. I'm a little bit worried at what it's going to be like not being able to practically see anything on the ground later on. Yeah. The age-old barometer for how good your build is. The more you can see, the worse it is. Too true. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to spend a bit of time in POB later on to make sure I keep an eye on my EHP on this setup as well, because I'll definitely be testing a few things. I was actually really tempted to not fully dive into it, but incorporate some of that Slaven tech. But not Slaven, Sylvan, however you pronounce that, companion scepter. But the reality is, I just don't see myself getting one. I don't think anyone is really farming, what is it, Bodash. So the chances of getting that. Whoa. Your build is immortal though. I'm here being a how do you pronounce it? Machicist or whatever? Like, persisting with armor.
What exquisite flesh!
God, this single target is disgusting. Like, what the fuck?
What a
This build.
treasured memory.
Grim Pillars OP, everyone. And I'm not even, like, stacking DPS. I've got, like, all these defensive nodes and shit. Like, this is all defense. This is life regen. Chaos res. I guess cast speed does help out. Half of my points are in defenses.
This is the final piece. We have succeeded. Let us meet back in Kingsmarch to plan our next move.
Thank you for offering, Blaze. Let me think. A spare Panther idol wouldn't hurt. I did. Someone in the THC community's given me one, so I at least have one. But having another one wouldn't hurt. That's the 10% armor applies to chaos damage. Panther idol. Yeah, I know it's limited to one, but it would allow me to use one, I guess, in this cloak, because like I said, I'll probably be using this combination into the mid-end game. So it'd allow me to use one now without worrying about wasting the one and only one I have and having a spare. So hold on, let me catch up on this chat. Demon form, yes, demon form counts as a shapeshift. 100%. I know that for fact. Yeah, very good point, Blaze. Thank you very much. Very good call. I do need this at some point. So what's that? Paranoia, isolation, greed. I believe I've got the paranoia and the greed. I'll just double check. Yep, got paranoia, got greed. So an isolation, I know they're quite rare, but if you're swimming in them, I'll definitely be very appreciative of one of those. So that when I do finally get an amulet and replace Astramentus, I can put that on there. Legend. Beyond that, I could probably do with a couple of Imperial, what are they called? Imperial Great Helm bases, if you come across them, and it doesn't put you out too much picking them up. Because I'm going to be crafting a whole shitload of them, trying to get the armor applies to chaos damage roll on them. So I'll need bases, basically. So white or blue Imperial Great Helms. Yeah, no stress, Blaze. Like, honestly, you know me. I don't expect anything, but if someone offers and can help me out, I'm not going to say no, and I'm going to be very grateful. So, yeah, don't stress. Hey, Anoxy, I was using the crown for a long while, and now I've switched into a more defensive one. Quite simply, just to be a little bit safer. If you need it back, let me know. definitely came in handy for the earlier campaign, but yeah, pivoting to a little bit more of a defensive setup now. Yeah, thank you very much, mate. That was very helpful yesterday. Cheers, Scythe. What else? I guess if anyone comes across high spirit shrine scepters, that's something else that we'll probably need. I've pretty much prepared most of the other things in there. I've already got a Chernobog, and I've got a... look, everyone, check out this Slaven that someone put on the exchange for 1 Exalt. 0% roll. I almost felt bad. I'd love to know who actually put that up there. I'd almost be tempted to chase them up and give them some more stuff, because this for 1 Exalt, they've basically donated it to me. Yeah. A 0, and most importantly, a 0% roll. You know, that's a 21 wide range. The amount of divines it could potentially take when everyone's kind of starved of currency in this league to actually get it to 0%. And then it's also got a high runic ward roll and a pretty respectable armor roll as well. It's disgusting. And it's a foil, so it looks cool. So it's like, what the hell? I thought I was dreaming. I literally didn't even expect one to be up on the trade, and at the there's 2, yeah, 9, 10 divines. So there you go, and they're not even well rolled. I'll have a very quick look for you, Nasty. Spear damage. I've got pin build up, spear damage with blue. Scythe, don't. I dare say they're worth that much. I know they're not the most... I don't believe they're super rare, so... Yeah, exactly. Don't feel bad, man. I dare say they are worth that much. Yeah, crazy. Especially given that it's a foil. Given that it's a foil, someone's got this from a Requiem key, so they're probably not even aware that it's a relatively difficult boss drop to get. So they've probably got it from a key and gone, yeah, 0% roll, that's horrible, and thrown it up for 1 Exalt. Don't need anything nasty. The community's been like super generous with me. We've been trying to balance it out. Like me and Herm have got this kind of thing where we kind of help each other out back and forth, and it somewhat balances out. I'm very much a what comes around goes around. It's just a basic duel, man. So hold on, I'll bring up my character name in a moment so you can come and grab this. Where was it? Spear. That's my character name, Funky Chicken 2 THC. Ward saved my ass on my first playthrough on Viper. I think Herm made a clip of it. I can't remember. Yeah, Ward saved my ass in the campaign on Viper in my first run through. Nasty, just waiting for you for the invite, bud. Oh, yep, gotcha. Do you mind coming to me quickly? Actually, you probably can't TP to me, can you? I'll come to you. Yeah, I noticed you're in Act 2, so that's fine. Alright, let's get back to finishing off this Act 4. No problems, bud.
What can I do for you? Hail, impeccable offerings. Good day.
And we can do Plunder Point as well
Well,
after this. Did we clear Shrike? I'm blanking. I think we did, didn't we? Oh, bloody hell, sorry. Sniffles. Ah! Nasty habit. What did I have to do? There's one other thing on my list of things to do. This. We're 52 now, yeah? Because this doesn't give a notification of what it's changing it to. So that's 12, 13, yeah. Requires 52, so the next upgrade's at 58. Yeah, mental note to myself. And we got a passive point. Where were we going? In some respects, skill speed on weapon set 2 for casting the entangles quicker would be nice as well. So I think I'll just start investing into this branch. And then we got access to so much from this. We got this cluster of spell damage here we can still get. I still want to get this as well for the reduced crit damage bonus. So it's both offensive and defensive. That's a very nice node to get. We got the rest of these totem nodes here. We've got a bunch of good damage here from shape-shifting. We've got this from shape-shifting. We've got the rest of this. And then after that is done, that probably will get us to about level 70 or so. We will start working our way down here to this crit cluster and this totem cluster. And maybe also work up here and here for more defenses. Armor applies to Ellie. I want to get this node as well because that synergizes so well with the Gore Girdle. And that reminds me, we're also working our way to this node. That armor applies to Ellie as well. Anyway, enough yapping. Let's go. Hey, Balak. Grim Pillars on Infernalist for no reason beyond me being an Infernalist Andy and being very stubborn and wanting to make armor work on it. At least it's maybe a little bit more interesting viewing. I'm doing weird shit that is not meta by any stretch, I don't think. Although Grim Pillars is obviously very strong out of the box, irrespective of what you play it on.
all this just explodes. Yes, you'll see. Ah, it feels.
So once again on this playthrough, the goal here will be to find 1 or 2 remnants that are worthwhile. I'm not going to be stacking up too many of them. And picking up these yellow currency chests is quite lucrative as well at this point in the game. So we'll be trying to get that. The flux could be worthwhile as a backup. It needs mana, but it honestly doesn't consume much mana. So the way spell totems work is whatever the resource cost of the spell that you put in there, you don't pay it. The spell, you just pay the singular cost of what the spell totem is to place, and you just use a low level one. Like I'm still using a level 7 because the only thing that unlocking more levels gives is sure a little bit of totem life, I believe, which helps. But the main reason you level up the spell totem is mostly for the limit. But this limit gets doubled through this keystone. And I don't have enough spirit for more than 2 totems anyway. So I've got no reason to raise that. So the mana cost you can see here is super low, 51. And then it's reduced by the efficiency to 29. So don't quote me on it. I'd imagine it would work on any class or ascendancy. That's useless, so we got 1 more remnant here. So far, these remnants are pretty poor. No, crap. Okay, so I think I'm just going to pick up some chests and get this level 13 thing. Not really much here. Pick up these chests along the way. May as well pick up this one chaos. Get the flux. And probably just get this. Oop, missed one chest. Get these chests over here. That'll do.
Hold up. Now the fun part. Please note, this usually...
Yeah, Grim Pillars is... Grim Pillars on Spell Totem. I don't know if they intended or thought about it ever being used on totems, but obviously Palstron discovered it very, very early, and it is very much overtuned. Like, I've got half of my passives in defensive nodes, and it's doing ridiculous amount of damage. Have they fixed Losamaya yet? Or is it still just an empty wasteland with the degen buff and you just have to run for 5 bloody minutes to get to the altar? Okay, so they've updated it a little bit. Hey, Mr. Rabbit, how are you doing, buddy? How's your weekend going? Okay, well, maybe the next Maya, if I come across one, I may actually do it then to check that out. I was avoiding him at one point because they just seemed pointless. Yeah, I went for a nice long run today as well. Taking a bit more of a relaxed approach today. Hope you had some nice weather, because I had rain on top of me for my whole run. If a heap of blood, you went the wrong way. Okay, well, I'm probably quite a while away from getting to doing Losamaya, but I'll have to keep that in mind once we get to one. Actually, it's still summer up in Europe, isn't it? So yeah. I haven't been hiking for a long while. I used to love going hiking, except it's bloody flat here where I live, so there's not really much to do here.
What can I do for you?
What was I doing?
Hail.
Disenchant that. I've got heaps of those as well.
Day. Do come again.
I hope the weather is mild in New Zealand, Rabbit, if you really don't like the heat that much. Because it can get pretty damn hot down south here. Like, we're in the middle of winter and we had, I think it got to 23 degrees Celsius last week. And we're in the middle of winter. That's what it's like here, Rabbit. You'd struggle. I live on the west coast in Perth. Probably one of, I think, I can't remember what the statistic is, but it's something like on average, the equivalent of 9 months worth of days in the year, we've literally got clear blue skies. And it's always fucking hot.
Good day.
Please tell me.
I've never heard any. Good day. Where to?
Oh, God. Got that in Planet Point. You need to go down to that little cave area, don't you? No, Melbourne's on the East Coast. Pretty much everything is on the East Coast. Perth is the most isolated capital city in the world. The next closest city to us is Adelaide, and that's basically kind of south in the middle. And then everything else is on the East Coast. You've got like Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne, and Hobart in Tasmania. Honestly, if it wasn't for the heat, I reckon if you don't like heat, you'd struggle. But then again, everything, like any shop, any store, anywhere you go, everything's got air conditioning. So you'd probably be fine from that respect. But the lifestyle is second to none. I've traveled all around the world and I've found it hard to find anywhere that's as kind of relaxed and chilled. We've got a very active beach kind of culture is probably the best way I could describe it. It's very laid back. You'll literally have the poorest of people, I'll just use basic language, talking with like CEOs in a shop, and no one really treats or looks at status too much. You know, maybe that's changed a little bit in the last few years, but everyone, it's a very typical kind of what I dare say you would call the stereotypical Australian culture here still, for the most part. Everyone kind of gets along and I love it. I live by the beach as well, so I literally jump in the water every single day.
My kind of buried treasure. Now then, look here.
Yeah. I believe Sydney is a little bit more snobby. I don't know if that's an Australian slang word. Melbourne's kind of got this very artistic vibe to it. There's a lot of like theatre, music in Melbourne. Sydney's the kind of upper class, big business, rich city of Australia. Brisbane's probably very similar to Perth as well, like coastal, beach kind of laid back vibes. I'd imagine Germany is very similar to Poland in culture, although probably Poland maybe is a little bit more laid back. But I do remember in Poland, it almost shocked me whenever I visited there. I visited about 5 or 6 times, and the way how highly people regard socioeconomic status with respect to how they treat people was a little bit confronting for someone like myself, having grown up in Australia, and everyone essentially treats each other equally, irrespective of what they do. It's not. Okay. It's been a while since I've been to Europe. I think it's been just before COVID. So what's that? That's going on, what, 8 years now? Been a while. Shit.
Make this quick before someone smiles at me. Such sweet smiles. I am so
Atomic, if I literally took my camera now and went outside, I live very close to the beach. Except for peak summer when the school holidays are on, I could literally find a stretch of 100 meters of beach and have it to myself. I kind of joke around with my friends that the beach is my beach. It feels like a private beach, I'd say 8 months out of the year. And the few people I run into are typically locals as well, and I know them all.
Let her go. It matters not. You will hand over what you have found. Come, Kanu.
I've heard a lot of that going on in Europe in general. I think Poland has kind of avoided that to a certain degree, from what I've heard, but you know, I think COVID changed a lot. COVID changed a lot here as well. It's kind of like you said, people drifted, you know, as much as we're still very laid back here ultimately, but it's still, you see the effects. Yeah. Well, we have to think there was a whole generation that essentially grew up in that period. Like, could you imagine all the people that were, say, in that 15 to 19 year age bracket and stuck indoors for that whole 2-3 years? Yeah, I don't care to think what that does psychologically to a person, but yeah, we're seeing the effects of that. But like I said, it's probably hasn't impacted. Everything's kind of gotten back to normal here, but there, you know, it still changed things a little bit. The work culture definitely got affected. Most people almost refuse to go into the office these days. People are much more comfortable isolating, which then makes people drift about. Like I'd have to say I'm guilty of that to a certain degree. Yeah, it's interesting. The cost of movings and... Oh god, I had a cousin who was looking into it a year's gone by. I know the visa requirements are very, very tough as well, unless you're on like one of the priority kind of high demand jobs. I think, what is it? Typically tradesmen. I think nurses are always in high demand here. Anything to do with medical. Unless you've got one of those kind of professions, I believe it's very, very hard to get in here these days. And the cost of living is getting ridiculous. To give you an idea, property was already very expensive here, and property in my area, for example, has gone up 45% in the last 2 years. Like, wrap your head around that. It's already expensive and then goes up another 40% in 2 years. Why wouldn't your wife be down for it? Is it just career reasons? Like, what is she, a dentist, isn't she? I think I've vaguely remember you saying a while back. I'd imagine being a dentist, it wouldn't... Oh, no, I do know there is an English test. One of my exes, I remember, went through the pains of that. She was Mauritian, so she knew French. And her English was very good, and she had to do that exam, I think, 2 or 3 times. But you can repeat it. So I won't say it's not a valid reason, but it shouldn't stop someone if that's, you know, their desires. There's definitely, you can work around that. Yeah, I was about to say, as a dentist, I'd imagine that you should have no problems in terms of the visa requirements for Australia. Anything medically related here, we're so short on medical... We're short on practically everything, because essentially Australia's... the population's expanding quicker than, you know, the bloody infrastructure for it. God, Rabbit Blaze, how do you guys, like, talk and game at the same time. I'm horrible at multitasking. I'm like the stereotypical bloke. If my mouth's moving, my hands and fingers stop moving. Completely botching up these rotations on this boss. Alright, let's try this again. I know I should get a bit... I can't even see when he's throwing these bloody pillars. Boulders, so... You know what I'll do? I'll do this. Well, looking at houses in Sweden, basically all the websites said you get money from the Swedish government as a doctor dentist if you move there. Not surprised. Blaze, you just ignored chat and mocked them. Well, I imagine it's a little bit different when you're actually racing for #1 as well and you don't want to risk dying. Yeah, I'm self-inflicting pain on myself here, Rabbit, by persisting with trying to do armor on the Infernalist. But it's fun. And Grim Pillars is definitely feeling very OP at the moment. AMF. Like facing all maps. Well, Nox, come on. Blaze has to maintain his #1 most handsome streamer title. You know, he's got to do what he's got to do. We got to cut him some slack. Rabbit's right on his tail. Blue stealing maps. Hey guys. Rabbit seriously could find an alternate career as a voice actor, I reckon. You do quite a few of the impersonations and voices very well. And accents. Math, I have no idea what I'm looking at either. It's just... put down a spell totem and get flashbang, and I don't see anything. I kind of go into a pack and hope I don't die. But it's Grim Pillars, which is one of the expedition skills placed into spell totems, which avoids its runic ward cost. And Grim Pillars is just way overtuned at the moment, so it does disgusting damage. And we're popping it with a very low level Entangle and biting frost support, which consumes the freeze and instantly pops the pillars. The best guide that I have found was Palstron's, and I believe he was the one that originally came up with it. So that is definitely the guide to look for on YouTube if you want an idea. And I've incorporated some slightly different tech to work around some Infernalist stuff, which I guess I'll go over after I finish this map, because it may be interesting to some people. There's some weapon swap tech you can do, and some tech around grinning immolation and avoiding the self-damage from the crit, which is pretty cool. Fix your game, GGG. Nah, Rabbit does it better. Where did that even originate from? Was that like from some interview thing, or did Rabbit literally just come up with that himself? And now everyone uses it. Alright, let's just send it on this boss.
Really are becoming quite a nuisance.
I was about to say the same
Oh
thing
shit.
myself.
Yeah, condolences, Atomic. Holy moly. Hope you're okay, mate.
My life's work is about to be finished. The Twilight Order will see to it that the world is remade.
As you
That's still sad news, man. Hope you're okay. Hope the family's okay. Hope your parents are okay.
Seas of divinity. You and your shade cannot stop us. First Herald, deal with them.
Utopia awaits. Whether you like it or not, behold the beginning of tomorrow. You must take your leave. I will bury these fools. I will bury it all. For the Savior!
I always get so nervous on this boss where he throws down that lightning attack sometimes after he dies.
Wait, I know where they're keeping the beast. Orith, they're in Orith. Please, please forgive me, Makoru, please.
Treason is unforgivable.
Wait, no.
Let the ancestors judge him.
Alright, so as we're walking,
They appear to
one thing I'll
detect the
explain
wind
with the build that's
in the
pretty
beast.
cool
Who made these?
is, so on an Infernalist, grinning immolation is a massive damage buff to your crit damage bonus. But there is a pretty significant downside where it gives you a pretty big self-ignite when you crit. Now, typically there's ways around this using crystallized immunities. There's tech around reduced magnitude on self. But the very cool thing about spell totems is the crits that any spells within the totem do don't count as you making them. So Grim Pillars in the spell totem doesn't trigger grinning immolation. And then what you can do is on your entangle and on all your supporting skills, you put on controlled destruction, which makes those spells not deal crits. And you basically get grinning immolation for free with no downside because the spell totem can't trigger it. And then all your supporting spells can't trigger it. But yet the spell totem still benefits from the crit damage bonus. So hopefully that made sense. But that's some cool kind of Infernalist tech to do with spell totems.
This feels oddly familiar.
Yeah, Math, this is my second playthrough, and I had Herminator was generous enough to help me out and hook me up with the ascendancy points the other day. The THC community is all very cool and very helpful. Whenever anyone dies, we all band together and help people out get back up as quick as possible.
Taking what is rightfully ours. The Karui will now be stronger than ever before.
Are you in the global chat, Math?
The world is at stake.
Global 420, is it? 420 or 402? I believe it's 420.
I will fix this. The Karui way.
Blaze will be able to correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's 420. I set it up so long ago. Yeah, 420. The global chat is basically dedicated to THC, and if you need anything, you ask there, and more often than not, people will hook you up. Back to the beach. To be honest, I was actually in some odd way kind of relieved when I died, because I always wanted to play Grim Pillars, so I was actually excited to transition to this build.
Welcome. Let's deal.
I don't expect any hookups, but like I said earlier, like, I do appreciate them when people do help out.
Here for a deal? Fair enough. Have a good day.
More often what goes around comes around. I've tried to help out as many people as I could as well along the way. Okay, where's this point going? Where were we doing? Oh, that's right, we're getting the skill speed. And Rhodey's on the boat, isn't he?
That bloody scat. Where to?
Nah, what Blaze is doing, he's gonna sacrifice everything. He's gonna put it all into his inventory, and he's gonna sacrifice himself at the what was it called? That central place, and give us all one skill point
It's not right. Not right.
when he reaches level 100.
Okay then.
I usually enjoy the scent of death, but not like this.
Blaze, I assume you're gonna do that. The martyr stuff. If you're still in the chat. Assuming you get to number 1. Yeah, fuck yeah. Respect.
Down your own walls.
Man, that would be so cool on THC. How far away are you realistically? Probably, what, 2-3 days maybe? Got me a tent in his hideout. Nice. Like a week top, yeah. Like, how far into 98 are you? Like, how many bars? Or percentage-wise, I guess, probably a more accurate way of putting it. 50, oh, damn. And yeah, it's what, we're a week in at the moment. Yeah, so probably, what, 4 or 5 days at the same XP rate. Good luck, good luck, good luck. I imagine the main thing Blaze would need is XP tablets and T16 or Val Orbs to make some T16s. That would be probably the main way, I'm guessing. I'll find the Remnant, because that Remnant here gives a guaranteed greater jewelers off memory. And although I do have a few, having some spares wouldn't hurt. Potentially try and corrupt a spell totem to 5 sockets rather than looking for a perfect jewelers. Yeah, Val Orbs, yeah, so thought so.
How deep does this rabbit hole go?
Curiosity kills. But
I think I have a couple of Val Orbs as well, Blaze. When you need some, let me know. I don't need them critically for anything. I think I might have like 8 or 7 or so. Not much, but it's always something. Potentially get one T16 out of it. How far behind is Everseen? Do you guys are mates? Like, do you banter much about the race? Ah, okay. You did the sneaky and made a move while he was resting.
Suffer and live. We thrive.
No days off till 100. Oh, Ostrix pass. So Ostrix didn't end up going back to POE1. That's interesting. Having too much fun on THC. Good to see. Geez, are any of these actually worth taking? Whatever. Alright. Act 4 almost done. Nice. Some skill speed.
If Tavakai wants to slaughter his entire tribe, he's going about it the right way.
It's all part of the experience, Math. Just learn from each run. I think if you go into hardcore with the mentality of being worried or knowing that you're gonna feel bad for dying, then you're probably better off not doing hardcore at all. Like, I was actually excited to start the new character. That's the mentality you need to take. You just need to enjoy every single playthrough, learn from each death. Hang in there, Atomic. Yeah, my first playthrough, I probably went easily probably a third, if not a quarter of the speed that I typically do on trade. I think I didn't get through the campaign until like the late into the second or like third day or something like that. Even like on this playthrough, like you can see, I'm just kind of semi chilling, chatting with you guys. Not really thinking about rushing. I think one good thing to always have in mind is like always having an idea of the next build you want to play. So that almost like if you do die, you're kind of almost ready or you've got something to look forward to. And that's the kind of mentality you take. Yeah, exactly. Or it can depend on what dropped. You get something cool and you're like, oh, I want to try this or test that out. Alright, let's see how we go on Tabakai.
Another interfering with things they don't understand. You don't belong here. This is a Conway matter.
Give me back my shit, Captain!
As we speak, the ancestors heal her. Enough!
God, how long is this guy at?
Talk is over. Might of the Conway. Your head is mine. I must be stronger. The Conway.
Not bad. Not bad.
Ugh, must they always run away?
Know the might of the Conway. I am the true Nakuramagoi.
I can't see where any of these ground effects are.
Not have come here. Lend me your strength, Tokuhama. This is not the way. What? Why do you reject me? All I have done in your honor. So be it. I will save my people.
I'll have a look at that in a sec.
The power of the ancestors is mine! Misery, death, and fear!
Not bad single target at all.
It is over, Tabakai.
Please, can you heal her?
I believe so, but we have to move quickly. You must relinquish the weapon.
Jeez, that's a lot of minion life. Hey, cow. Yeah, super ethical. And as I've been telling peeps, I half of my passives into defenses. Like, Grim Pillars is way overbalanced, because I can't even claim that it's this life sprig anymore and that I'm twinking things or anything like that from a damage point of view. Like, this is starting to drop off. I could probably get a rare that's better than this. Yeah. I'm also, Cal, I'm also trying this Cloak of Flames Gore Girdle combo. I want to see how far I can push it. I didn't even realize I had a Cloak of Flames in my stash. I must have found it on my previous run through and not even thought about it.
Lower the anchor.
The Countess leads the Twilight Order.
Yeah, it's a very strong combo, especially on Infernalist, which has an added further 20% conversion for its ascendancy. The only thing is you obviously give up a shitload of stats, so I'm not sure how well it'll hold up, but we'll give it a crack. Get 15 more armor applies to Ellie.
I am.
Wait, though you have done
Applies to Ellie, that's the one we want.
Oh, you made us all.
Yes, you will be long remembered.
Hey Cal, I saw in the Discord you're already kind of eyeballing the next move. Does that mean you're sending it a little bit more on your current character? Are we going to see a couple of boss attempts today?
Well, aren't what
Fine, I'll...
God of your phone and should you go well. Oh, it's all.
Fair enough. So basically no immediate plans of switching. You're just kind of in the back of your mind, you're preparing. Yeah, I get what you mean. No point preemptively ripping and not even being ready for the next build. That's kind of what, if I do have any frustration about the previous death, is that I did know that I wanted to play this build and I was collecting a few things, and good thing I did, but I probably could have been a little bit more diligent and prepared. There's definitely a few things that I'm lacking which I should have from the first character. Like, especially a Shrine Scepter. I did have them on my filter, and I was kind of looking at the odd one here and there, but now I don't have a proper one. And I was like, shit, I probably could have farmed that up quite easily. Still, we'll make this run for a little bit more ethical, having to kind of look for some pieces. We'll give a better gauge of how good the build actually is on the Infernalist as well, rather than just being completely decked out the moment I step into it. It's crazy what you can do with some of the companions that you can find. Get a whole bloody zoo. Next boss. Oh shit. I can't see where anything is. God, Rakiatas would be fucking huge on this build. Yeah, definitely, Cal. I am in exactly the same boat. There's a certain feeling of doing something and experimenting with in hardcore which you just can't replicate in standard. The only thing in standard which I guess you could semi-relate to it is spending like 1,000 dip on a build and it not working and you're going, well, shit. Kind of semi-bankrupted myself for nothing. My filter is horrible. It's something I slapped together in like half an hour. I apologize. It's just for the campaign. Yeah, the shield wall got popped by what looked to be chaos damage based corpse explosion type effect. Just randomly on a travel map out of nowhere. Wasn't even any it was like literally one monster on the on the screen, and then just this explosion got me. Is what it is. Shit happens. Already got a couple of 13s, don't I? One of these. It definitely looked chaos. And it makes sense because physical, there's no way, even though I was a lot, like, I wouldn't even say a lot. Because I was running around with buffed. I think I got up to about 70 or 80k armor and about 150k armor applies to Ellie's. I had a ridiculous amount of armor. So there's no way that any sort of physical or elemental damage could have killed me, especially with Altered Flesh and the conversions. The only thing I was susceptible to was the chaos hit damage because I didn't have any armor applying to chaos damage. So, and if you look at the clip, there is a clip, I believe. Herm got one on my profile. The balls, it kind of like looks like this collection of balls, purple balls that kind of looked like they basically shotgunned me. I have no idea where they came from though. It was still felt like a very random, unexpected death. But maybe it's just something that I should be paying more attention to in hardcore and I never have in standard. And I'm kind of slightly worried about that one because especially on a build like this of the Grim Pillars, there's no way I'm going to see that shit even if I'm looking for it. So I've got a Panther Idol at least prepped, so there's at least 10% of armor applies to Chaos. So it's a starting point. We definitely have that in our back pocket ready to go when we decide upon what chess piece we're running. I am tempted to persist with this Cloak of Flames though. Kind of like the idea of trying to make it work. Just means I'll need a good helm, gloves and boots. Should be picking up these life flasks again. Did you trade an Aleph for Dialas? Nah, neither. You might be thinking about someone else. I don't think I've had either of those. Definitely haven't had a Dialas. And I don't believe I've had the Aleph. What is that? The Aleph. If I'm pronouncing it, the chimes, right? Yeah, nah, not me. I think I just scraped into the top 50 when I died. I wasn't as high as 20. Why did I pop out of demon form? Whoops. Fat fingers. I had some pretty damn good items on my character as well. Probably none more so than that shield. That shield was cracked for THC. Yeah, and I got an Iron Citadel as well, yeah. How, does anyone know offhand how rare Morrigan's is? I can't remember what the full name of the lineage support is. The one that consumes freeze. I believe it's from Arbiter of Divinity. Can someone check PoE DB for me? Actually, I'll do it. Why am I... God, I'm getting into bad streamer habits. Only been streaming a week and I'm already asking people to do shit for me. It's terrible. I apologize. Insight, that's the one. Yeah, thank you. It's from Divinity, I believe, isn't it? Hey, Rapduck. Going good. Really enjoying Grim Pillars. Feeling very, very strong at the moment. Drop pool for endgame content. Is it a world drop? I could have sworn it was an Arbiter of Divinity drop. Maybe I was tripping. Bodak. Oh god. Why are all these good items from Bodak? Like from what I've heard, he's like one of the rippiest bosses, and like there's all this good shit on him. So can someone explain to me how I'm meant to see anything? like in this little arena? Or is the point that you're not meant to see anything? 5% drop chance from Bodak. Sheesh. 2 times as fast, 10 times the DPS. Yeah, no thanks. I'm not going to be touching that. I'll ask in global on the off chance, because I don't imagine not many people would use this.
Seems like... It worked. I will guide you.
Seriously, Peroni, you've got one on THC? Holy... Are you using it, or any chance that you will be using it? I don't... And is there anything you want? I don't want that for free. That's definitely something pretty rare. If you're definitely not planning on using it or not using it at the moment and you need something in exchange for it, yeah, I'd definitely like to grab that off you. What's the car? What's that? Just so I know to look out for it. Head. Whereabouts is this drop from? So I know to... Whereabouts is this drop? Just so I know to... Oh, well, okay. Yeah, I'll look out for it. I'll actually quick check my stash because I did have a whole bunch of uniques which I dumped in there. I don't remember picking up a quiver though. No. What about in here? I'll keep an eye out for you though, for sure. I'll make a little note to myself here. Peroni, THC, Cadiros, quiver. Legend, mate. Is there any kind of currency or anything, at least something that I can throw your way? Like, I've got a couple of annuls, Val Orbs. Val Orbs are already going Blazer's way. I've got some greater exalts. Alright, thank you very much, mate. Much, much appreciated. That will give us a little bit of ward. Guard, I mean. Based on our ward, from what I understand. Oh, level 65, so still a while since I can use it. I'll probably throw that into... I'll probably potentially go Pyropact, up the Entangle. Because I do know the guard scales off of level, from what I remember. On the Nature's Exchange, yeah. So I'll have to throw it into something higher level. Oh no! 07 nasty. What got you? I think I vaguely remember Dead Rabbit was going to transition to a build using that quiver. He had one.
How can I help?
Anyone need an ES +2 to minions helmet? Level 45?
Till next time.
Going to your hideout, Herm. The ES roll wasn't very high, but it is a +2 minions, so...
The master relaxes at home. It is a good day.
Good backup helmet. Or maybe a cheeky corruption for a spirit enchant or something, I don't know. I ain't no minion player, so I've got no idea what's good and bad on them. I just know you guys want +2 levels on helms. Ah, God, what am I doing? Sorry, fat fingers. No problem, no problem. That's an okay-ish one to hold on to. Dump the unique. Is there anything we can upgrade? Yes, there is. Actually, most importantly, I need to make sure my Enfeeble stays up to date for the monster levels. 74, okay, that will be still okay. I know the exposure one, 74. And, okay, they're all at 74. That's not too bad. Put it into Mana Tempest for the deeps then. I think I had some more though, didn't I? May as well keep on top of all of these. And Enfeeble. Done. Got high radius on it. Rip.
Probably shouldn't do that here.
Hey, at least you'll be finding things quicker. Oh, that's Sag. Very Sag. Could have sworn I got a checkpoint. Looked like I reset my map. What level are we? Also one level away from... Actually, no. What was it? God, I need to check again. What level I can upgrade the Crim Pillars. Man, if I can find a way to efficiently get Morrigan's online, holy moly, that would be a very nice defensive layer with the guard that it gives.
Whispering trees. I rather like it here.
So we have you to thank, Atomic. Although it was funny during the Temple League how Light Radius actually legitimately became meta and everyone wanted it for finding the temple crystals. Back to the beach, Rapduck. Actually, no, sorry, who was it? It was Nasty that ripped. Sorry, my bad. Are you just jumping on, are you? What level are you at the moment, Duck? Yeah, yeah, I know. It's like, whoops, sorry, named the wrong person. Ah, okay. So you're progressing nicely. I take it you just logged on then. How far from 90 are you? Ooh.
It's about time.
What is it that guy says? Look at the stream. We're rich. We're rich boys. PoE guy, was it? Oh, 86. Good luck, good luck. Not far away. Oh, shit. Hold on. Who ripped? $71. Oof. Yeah, I remember when I got to T15s, the XP difference is very noticeable, especially then when you can also do the +1 from Doriani or irradiated tablets. You blast through the levels once you get to that point. And then you obviously hit the wall at, what is it, 97 typically, but I didn't get that far.
With my power to
Oh,
wield.
wow, grats. That is a juicy amulet, especially for this league. That's very, very nice. It's pretty much this, the two main mods that you want. That reminds me, I have to have a look at what amulets I've got in my stash. I definitely don't have any plus spell levels, but I think I do have a couple of spirit ones. Because this Astramentus is kind of just brainlessly using this Astramentus for just solving all my gear and gem requirements without having to worry about anything, but definitely going to have to replace it pretty soon. Probably once I get into Endgame, I'll take 10-15 to update a few things. Yeah, that feels like that infamous, I'll continue to complain about it, the chaos applies to, sorry, armor applies to chaos roll that I was constantly hunting. I must have gotten crafted, at least 10 helmets and not got it. Oh, Miso, thank you. No, you guys are the goats. I'm just an imposter pretending at this streamer business. Thank you very much for the raid, man. I'm very much looking forward to chatting with all of you guys soonish. Hey, welcome all, welcome all. If you've come to see a hardcore rip, this is probably the most likely place you're going to see it. Man, like, I seriously am so blown away by the support all of you guys, the whole community gives me, like, very, very appreciative of it all. It blows my mind. I literally set up the stream to give people context because the people are always commenting about it and having a laugh. Completely bare bone. I pretty much just did the bare bone to get Twitch up and running, so that's why I don't have any alerts. don't have any chat commands. And then like all of a sudden, I think on the third day, Everseen raids me. Then Rabbit raids me. Like a whole bunch of people have raided me, and I'm only about a week in. And yeah, I think Blaze, once you get to 100, I'll have to take you up on that offer, and we'll sit down for like an hour, and you can. Oh shit, rank 37, rip. Yeah, I'll have to get the music going, get some vibes, help me set up some of these chat command and everything that I need. That would be awesome. Where was I going with weapon set 2? Ah. Oh, nice. That's a good note. Yeah, really looking forward to the pod, Miso. It's going to be a very surreal experience. I think I have typically lurked or watched on the VOD afterwards pretty much most of your guys' pods. So to be actually in one is going to be very surreal. Anyway, yeah, thank you very much, Miso. Have a good sleep, mate. Good to see you on the THC bandwagon as well, although I do know you were enjoying your PoE ones, so you're doing it for your viewers, and I'm sure they appreciated it as well. But yeah, have a good one, buddy. Hey, Timmy. How you doing, bud? Really enjoyed the podcast, Timmy. Quality guest. Hey, glad you've enjoyed the YouTube builds. Yeah. Kind of went down the YouTube creation path first and only just started streaming a couple of days ago. So the support has been very, very humbling. Very, very surprised, and just like I will constantly just be nothing but thankful for the whole communities. THC especially, this whole hardcore community as well. I've told people before during the stream that if I wasn't first and foremost a build creator and enjoyed that aspect of the game, I dare say I would become a hardcore player very, very easily. In terms of pure game mode and enjoyment of playing the game in its pure gameplay sense, it's hard to beat this feeling of playing hardcore, and I've loved it so far. And the community as well is so much tighter knit. But I love build creation, and anyone that does build creation knows trade is pretty much the only option. Did I have to pick something up? Kind of been yapping away, killed the boss. Don't you get... Oh. Terrible multitasker. Literally picked up the item and then I'm wondering why I can't find it. I thought it was a quest. Okay, so we've got 2 more points. We're going to continue trying to do this weapon set setup. I think I'll get these totem nodes for now. 3 points, so 1 more there. And we've got 3 points on weapon set 3, which we want into defensive or quality of life. So cast speed wouldn't be too bad either. So this may be an option. We've already picked this node up, which we were going towards. What other defensive option? We've got this tree possibly, but I'm wearing Cloak of Flames at the moment, so there's no point getting this. What other defensive nodes are there in the vicinity here? I still need to pick up this jewel socket as well. That's only 2 points away. So much to choose from. Armor. Not using a shield just yet. To not waste any time, I'll just dump it in armor. Actually, no. I will put it into the cast speed. I think that would be better quality of life.
What have you learned?
Time to change plans.
Put it into these nodes here. The other option is I could potentially go into the curse magnitude here, or the area of effect, which would help both the curses and the entangle. Only 3 points left though. If I get 2 more points, I may unspec these and get this area of effect. I think that would work well. Got 3 points to that dual socket as well. So I like this. Yeah, cool. No, we're sitting pretty. Never seen any of your builds by the stream. Ah, thank you, Matt. I try my best to explain the builds as I'm playing them. Try and keep the stream semi-informative. I guess in that case, considering we just got raided, there's a whole bunch of people who maybe have no idea what the hell's going on here. Okay, so firstly, I'm on an Infernalist. This is my second character. We ripped the other day on my shield wall setup, which is probably what I'm more known for. That's what I've done my YouTube guides recently on in 0.5, and they became quite popular, as well as later on a cast on Elemental Ailment, but the shield wall's, I guess, probably a bit more unique to myself. But we've re-rolled, and I've always wanted to try out Grim Pillars on the Infernalist, and there's some interesting things you can do. So a very, very quick refresher for anyone that maybe doesn't know what Grim Pillars is. It's just basically an ability that you get from the new 0.5 Remnants. If you put it into spell totems mean cast the ability for you, and you don't incur any of the resource cost. So this typically costs ward, but if you put it in a totem, it doesn't cost anything. You just pay the cost of the totem. And then we use a very low level. So you can see here I've got a level 1 Entangle in combination with Biting Frost, and that consumes freeze, which acts in such a way that it consumes the pillars from Grim Pillars, making them explode. And that's how you do all your damage. So that's really the basis of how the build functions from a damage perspective and ability perspective. Then on the Infernalist, we're doing some cool things where we're taking Grinning Immolation and we're bypassing the self-ignite on the Grinning Immolation, because another cool interaction with spell totems is that the damage being done by Grim Pillars doesn't count as you doing the damage. So Grim Pillars doesn't actually trigger the crits, and hence the downside, the self-ignite for Grim Immolation. And on our supporting abilities, we're throwing on Controlled Destruction, which makes them unable to crit as well. So you'll see here I've got Controlled Destruction on the Entangle, which is popping the Grim Pillars, and Frost Bomb, which is providing exposure. So we're completely avoiding our character doing crits, and hence we're just getting the full benefit of Grinning Immolation without any of the downside. We're running Loyal Hellhound for 10% damage reduction with the loyalty. Then we're using, didn't even realize I had a Cloak of Flames lying around from my first playthrough, which converts a whole chunk of the physical damage you take to fire. Then the Infernalist converts another 20% into Chaos. So we only take 30% physical damage. And then we combine that. This is quite a popular combination, which many people are probably aware of. Then you combine that with Gore Girdle, and it doubles your armor essentially, but caps your physical damage reduction. But because we've converted away so much of our physical damage reduction, we're actually just doubling the effect of our armor elsewhere on, like our armor applies to elemental damage, for instance, which is very low at the moment, but we're building up. Obviously, in the end game, we're going to build up to increase that, as well as armor applying to chaos. So that's kind of our defensive layer. Then we're also doing some cool stuff where we're placing our Grim Pillars on weapon set 1 with the wand in a more DPS centric. So we've got like more DPS nodes in weapon set 1. And in weapon set 2, when we do the entangle, it swaps to a second weapon set with more defensive nodes in it. So you can see here there's some armor there, and armor here. And then for later on, lastly, with that weapon set tech, there's some stuff I want to test out once we get into endgame, and I've got the level requirement for it, where we start to potentially use some shields on our weapon set 2 as well to become even more tanky while we're casting the entangle. So we just stay in a more DPS centric weapon set to cast the totem, and then very quickly swap to a much more defensive weapon set 2. And that's how I'm hoping, or I guess we'll see, is viable for hardcore. Oh, 100 followers. Nice little milestone. Thank you all. I really do need to set up these alerts and everything so I actually notice these things. But as you can see, we're running a +3 level life sprig, so we're good on plus levels, but really life sprig at this point starts to drop off. We could arguably replace it with a better rare, which I actually may do, and check my stash to see if I do have one from my last playthrough. And we've got a relatively defensive passive tree set up, and the Grim Pillars is just very, very powerful. Palestron, in general, if you want to learn more about Grim Pillars and the spell totems, very, very highly recommend Palestron's original guides. He did a phenomenal YouTube guide, so go check his out. Hey, any scares at all, Herm, or did you just pretty much one-shot him? And also, did you just do it primarily for the quest, or are you trying to farm something? Ah, nice work. Rats. Another interesting thing to see is how long we can persist with running demon form. I kind of want to, as nice as it would be to maybe potentially pull it off, there is a nice flat chunk of life regen on the Gore Girdle. And we do have the, what is it, Vitality on the Shrine Scepter, but needing to find more life regen on gear, on suffixes, might be a pain in the ass going forward. Because the degen from demon form, for those aren't aware, scales with your level. So the further you get, the more degen you start to incur. So it starts becoming more and more annoying to gear against. Like at the moment, we're sitting on what, 87 life regen, and what is demon form at? 6.6 times 10, so 66. So we're still ahead of the curve, but may need to drop it in a couple of levels. In some ways, it would be nice to see if I could potentially gear for it. It will be a challenge, but it's a massive damage boost. 30, what is it? 10 stacks gives you 30% more damage, and it gives you 25% increased cast speed, which is just massive. And the movement speed is extremely good as well. Well, not movement speed, but the dodge. You get what I mean.
Yes, I shall dance with this.
For those that are new, I've mentioned it a couple of times, but the one downside with this Grim Pillar is I literally cannot see any ground effects. So that's going to be a little bit scary going forward. Peak visual clarity. Slim, I have thought about it. And after my lessons from the first playthrough, I probably won't. Quite simply, the 25% life loss through the reservation
I knew you'd.
is just a bit too much on hardcore. If I ever did consider it, it would probably if I managed to get deep into Endgame and just had some Giga gear and could justify it. But I definitely won't be using it early on. Yeah, it's the famous saying, isn't it, Kato, in PoE 2? If the better your build is, the less you see. Or, you know, the way you gauge how good your build is by how much you can see. But it's a bit of a scary thing for someone that, like myself, who isn't too experienced in hardcore. Okay, we were talking about the area of effect, but 1, 2, 3, 4. We do have the points technically for it. Let's go for it.
Greetings.
How can I perfect myself?
Kind of still feeling okay defensively. Famous last words. Ah, no. Oh, yeah, good. I think that's this interlude done, isn't it?
Greetings. At this time.
What a dump. Too much sand.
Okay, our resistances have dropped a little bit, but we'll get 5% more all res in Quiver. A bit later, so it won't be too bad. No, that should be fine. Nothing to worry about there. Okay, so sort our inventory out a little bit.
What? Here we are.
Prefix, no. No.
Here, have this useful
Quality,
scroll.
quality. No, alright.
Not wander.
Welcome the other warm nights.
Nope.
Hello, you young. I'll ask Chambrin about this one. Do not wander.
Actually, I should use some of those gem cutters. Or can we bump up? It's good to get it some extra fissures. Maximum elemental exposure expired. Yes, please. And now we get the 2 more skill points. Nice. What's the Plague Mummy build? I have to admit, I haven't heard of that one. Is that the, like, corpse wave? I'm guessing. No, didn't. And that's probably the one unfortunate thing. I was actually looking forward to trying some of those endgame bosses. But the reality is I've played that build and it was getting to that point where it was starting to be very similar to my standard setup because the gear was just scaling very well, except the chaos mitigation. I'm sure I pretty much would have killed most of the endgame bosses in like 2 or 3 seconds, considering the point at which the build was at. Like you saw it, I was pretty much critting for anywhere from 3 to 4 million at some points. It's a Chaos Infernus built around Sacrosanct and Despair with Geodes undoing it. Oh, okay. I may have to have a look at that. I think I may have seen that. I'll have to refresh my memory. Sounds cool. Geodes undoing, so I'm guessing it's built around the toads and everything. Oh, I forgot to upgrade Grim Pillars. Still, damage is still feeling good. I always find that the PoE Ninja DPS estimate is completely off on Nebulock builds because it never factors in the guaranteed crit. Camiops, I'll have to remember that name. What's this? This is the HP buff, isn't it? That'll be handy.
Not so brainless after all.
No. Man, did not use Demon Form on my first playthrough because I was being very cautious and being a lot more defensive, but God, I forgot how good Demon Form is for leveling. Love this dodge. Make the word Infernalist a bannable offense. Were you here the other day, Congley, when... Was it you and a few other people who were, like, exclaiming when you saw my character selection screen and there was, like, 10 or 12 of them? Or what's even funnier is I've been playing Infernalist since, since 0.1, and I still haven't played an Infernalist minion build, which is probably what it's more popular for. That was after the I can't swim almost rip, yeah. God, that was sketchy. Now we'll get the graded jewelers. I do need a couple backups. It'll also give us some corruption attempts. And we'll grab the scraps, why not? Okay, so does someone know offhand? Maybe you know this offhand. Do I need to redo the Atlas points and Arbiter again on this second character? Or do they transfer across? Oh, thank fuck. Okay. Oh, excuse my language. I'm Australian. I apologize. I've got loose lips. I'll try and be better. Yeah, well, that's a relief at least that I don't need to do all that stuff again. Speed up the progress a little bit. Also means I can jump into the expedition quest line a bit quicker as well, don't have to clear to it. I'm guessing this guy's got... That's another thing which will be definitely an option, although potentially very time consuming. A Rakiatis flow would be huge on this build, like ridiculously huge. You doing Divinity, Herm? Record it, and I'll play it on the stream once you're done. Just make sure there's no music in there so bloody YouTube doesn't chuck a hissy fit. Yeah, I know, Scythe. I've seen a couple of them linked in chat. There's been a few people that have found them. You know, God knows there's enough jailed isles on the map, so it's at least it's not the most uncommon, unique map in, you know, even though it's what, like a 2% drop chance. I wonder if anyone's got a Garrikans yet. That's one thing I haven't seen linked yet. One thing I'll ask you all, for those of you that are in THC, does anyone know of anyone that's got a Sacred Flame that they're not using? I don't know if it drops from the questline Arbiter, but that's something I'd be keen to trade for, because although I don't know if it's going to be any good, there is something I want to test with it. Someone found a Garrikans? Oh wow, that's a find. I've seen a Series Communion linked as well. The people are definitely finding shit. God, when you get the full combo off the single target, definitely feels good. Am I tripping, or did there used to be a vendor that would pop out here? Or did they remove that when they removed that tameable unique, not unique, the rare mob that used to be here? Could have sworn there used to be a vendor in this area who used to sell like decent rares. Congly, touche. Touche. It's still there? How did... Is in the desert. Which direction? North, south, west? It's on this map here. No, previous map. Okay. I can't be bothered backtracking. I'll quickly go back to town because I do think that we are high enough level now to upgrade the Grim Pillars again. Let's quickly double check. 52, so 58 is the next. We're 58, yep. So that'll be a nice damage boost. And I did say I may potentially have a rare wand as well, which could be an upgrade. So let's sort that out. Actually, that was a level 14 gem, wasn't it? Actually, I've got a few. I really should be using these. And annoyingly, we need to pull stuff out of Blasphemy to upgrade it. Put it back in, and we do the same with the Grim Pillars for... level 14. I think is the one. Gem level 13? Yep. Nice. Someone just messaged me. Who's that? Ah, Herm. Alright, cool. Let me just do this. Hopefully the video opens this time. He sent me the one yesterday and didn't open. I'll actually download it, I think. That'll be more effective. Actually, hold on. I think it has come through. Oh, jeez. We got Herminator doing Arbor of Divinity. Let's have a look at this. Skip through the RP. Let's see how ethical this is. Ah, you smashed it, bro. Not even close. Took like no damage from that swipe. What, about 1k? Oh, this is gonna go quick, I imagine. Oh, jeez, that attack's scary. Jeez, he jumps around a lot, doesn't he? Holy... Good to see you know the mechanics. I wouldn't know what the hell to do. I've never seen this fight before. Good stuff. That actually wasn't on airfield. That was a full playthrough, really. Good shit. Yeah, I was about to say, because of his movement, it does actually kind of almost force it to be an ethical fight. Oh, we got a few points now as well. May as well you use the rest of these weapon set points. Yeah, totem life, make sure they survive. Okay, so 3 points in defenses or quality of life. We'll go for the quality of life, the cast speed. Alright, back to it. Where were we? We just killed a boss, didn't we? I think I got the waypoint for the next... Yeah. No. It was a... brain feed. I had a TP, I think, didn't I? Yep. I honestly have never seen more than 2 seconds of that fight, so that was actually interesting to watch what the actual mechanics were. Seems like a really cool fight. You're taking so much less damage than what I remember Rabbit was. Like, he did get hit by 1 or 2 of those big swipes. They chunked Rabbit. Fingers crossed for a good Amian ring here. Like a cheeky +2 to the spell levels. Ah, I forgot to check for the wand. Nope. +1 a minion. No and no. Grab that. Maybe someone will need it. It felt like Rabbit took a lot more damage than what you did, getting hit by similar abilities. Like, Rabbit had his, what is it, the Omen, a Malloration, or whatever it's called, triggered. Yeah, maybe it's chaos damage, which you're obviously immune to. Yeah, the Oma Resurgence, yeah, thank you. Single target definitely feels very good. Go get our free ring before we bounce. Yeah, probably worth it, wouldn't it? After I finish this map, Herm, I'll grab that off you. Just one. At the moment, I feel like I'm excessively tanky, so... But, hey, better safe than sorry. Cool, thank you. Do you need any of the currencies? Can I throw anything your way? Actually, I maybe should have gone for a jewel. I've got some decent rings already, but alright. No. Lightning. No, not really. No, not really. Fire, max life. Probably the best out of the lot. Alright, going to town. Oh, yeah, I've got about 3 of those, Herm. I'll give you one. Loading into the hideout now. Cheers, thank you. For the person that was asking earlier as well about going for the spirit and potentially going low life, that's it. That was another downside on the shield wall build in hardcore. You can't use these omens when you're running low life because you are technically permanently in low life and they automatically trigger the first hit that you take. There's another fun fact for you all. Ah, I did want to have a look for wands. So I do think I had one. There we go. +3 level of cold skills, which is what Grim Pillars is. So that's the same as the Life Sprig. And we've got a chunk of elemental damage and spell damage. So that should actually be a DPS boost. We have a quick look. 454. Was that 33 odd %? And we can save our Twink Life Sprig for hopefully the late future. Yeah, geez, imagine CI with that omen. Well, imagine my previous setup. Actually, that is a question with this omen. Does this save you from one-shots, or does it save you from just sustained damage and being hit while you're in low life? Like, does getting chunked outside of low life trigger this? Yeah, not one-shots. Okay, thought so. Nice to confirm, though. Yeah, so you actually have to get down into low life and get hit while in low life. So it's better more so for like just taking sustained damage over time. And I imagine it's hit. Oh, when you reach. Okay. Yeah, cool. Thank you. Travel to the Gali Gates. I've got the waypoint for that, don't I? Yeah, rituals and stuff. You have to cross the threshold. Cool. Okay, glad we remembered to change the wand over as well. That's given us a pretty significant further damage boost as well. Ooh, divine. God, I cannot unhear and unsee Rabbit every time I say that whole divine thing. I blame Rabbit for that. Divine! I think I've used a couple of iron runes, so we'll top those back up. Oops, solar amulet, want to put that up. That's another thing, I probably will want to target a solar amulet with spirit, probably more so than plus levels, at least initially. We'll have to grab that isolation off of Blaze when I do finally get Amulet 2 and get the spirit reservation reduction notable. Maybe then be able to place down a third and maybe even fourth totem.
As if this place wasn't hot enough already.
Oops.
That's all you were.
Oh, nice. We get the Ores boon here as well. God, it's getting so many of these lesser jewelers. Shall use this, may as well. Oh, God, there's such a small corridor to get into this area.
Why not raise them instead?
I'm curious whether Blaze is running this. I'm sure probably is, isn't he?
The Maraketh loathe necromancers.
He's not running that?
Good thing these Sekimers aren't in any state to protest.
Come on, if he's a pure racer and that's what it's all about, he just accept the downsides and get to 5%. Is he still using the rune in the helmet? Yeah, well, I can read it and I can see what the downside is. Still, if he's sacrificing a helmet rune for 2%...
Make haste.
Those reductions are just the additive ones as well. They're not multiplicative, so... Oh, 4K. Ouch. Maybe there's something else. Maybe they worded it wrong or something like that, because 4K does not sound... So what, 15% decreased? That's the additive version, so... It's pretty dramatic if you lost 4K. Maybe there's something else baked into it. Oh, another one. This is such a cruisy build. For spending that week on the shield wall again, as much as I love that shield wall build, it was so much fun creating it originally, and then altering it and working it through hardcore, the clear on it is pretty lackluster. This is just slap down a totem and holy shit, the whole screen lights up. Ooh, Jules, thank you. That's nice. Just one? Oh no, two good ones. Gave him the 5% XP helm, but he said he didn't have enough to use it. There's a 5% XP helm? Did not know that. Going at them. Alright. I'm curious. Ah, I remember running this during the whole temple meta with the light radius. 5 XP. Helmet's got so much good shit on it though. That would be a massive sacrifice. You'd almost probably lose that 5 XP in terms of clear speed. by sacrificing the helm, I'd imagine. Yeah, exactly. All right, very quick hygiene break. I'll be back in a minute. And then we'll kill the boss. Alrighty. Got one offensive point to put in. We'll put in there for now. And where were we defensively? Kind of know. We'll put that back in there for now. Run at 30 tick while damage, like shock runs it. I was always curious about that. I remember I never got too deeply into it, but I was very curious. Oh, pardon me. I'll finish eating before I talk. I was always wondering about server tick rate when I remember when I was playing the Infernalist recoup demon form builds a lot. I was always curious how the regen for that was calculated in terms of tick rate. Curious how that impacts the channeling skills, though.
Would halt the desert's deliverance. I have seen what has come and what will be. I will see it done. Our time is now.
Oh god, he's jumping out.
Another crab.
Easy.
My collection. It is done.
Alright, on to the last interlude.
The gifting.
That is another benefit of the Grim Pillars, isn't it? It pretty much just body blocks everything. Oh, nice. Resistance is still looking healthy.
Before.
Should check whether any of these gear upgrades are coming on from a require. Oh, the boots. It's a sizable armor upgrade. Does that throw any resistances out of whack though? Cold fire, okay. Gloves are 65. I could do the shield offhand, but I don't have a spare scepter. So how much? I need 150, another 150 spirit scepter. Are there any on the market actually? Ah. No, too pricey. That's why I really should have been hunting those a bit more diligently. Could probably find a better base and craft it myself. I've got heaps of jawbones, but we'll do that once we get into the game. We're still fine at the moment. I did... Oh, the resistance is cold into fire. Do I have a cold rune somewhere? Yep. Yep. Okay. So I can just swap that around to a fire one. Cool. Ben Stilliskin for Grim Pillars. What do you mean by that? Don't quite get that reference. Actually, are my resistors okay? Yeah, they are. The chaos is not great though, so I do need to be a little bit careful. I think those gloves that I had in my stash have a chunk of Chaos Res on them. That would be actually good once I get to 65. So another 6 levels. The only unique scepters are boss drops that we need, so that's not worth. Actually, that was probably a mistake. I should have probably picked up on the lure. one of the runes. What the hell is this? So annoying with the pillars having to stand in these bubbles. Can't remember. I don't think there's any quests or anything in this area, is there? No. Do get the spirit in the next map though. Yeah, I got to that exact same point with that shield wall. It's been so refreshing starting the new build. That's the thing, you can get a head start on the other character if you, as long as you're not racing. Don't necessarily need to persist with the first character until it dies. And let's face it, you're on the Virage, the meta build, you're not going to die. Ooh, Divine. '07 Bone. How far did you get? And what got you? Wispy Wisp. Where are you leading me? I very often, on my first playthrough on Elite, well, at least this Elite, will skip the monkey and come back to him later. I know it's not the brave thing to do, but it saves you a accidental rip. I'd say life, if you want to play something completely different, it will give you like a very fresh feeling, considering you're Barashta. If you want a more cozy experience and have hand-me-down gear from your Barashta, go a yes. I like the challenge of persisting with life. I think it's fun. But you'll obviously have a lot of gear left over from your first character. Yeah, so you'll have a much more comfortable time going yes. But I dare say life will be a nice, fun challenge.
My king died by the spirit's will. You'll die by mine.
The Asmarian is out of her mind. All bite, no brain.
I'll swap out the Astramentus for Spirit Amulet. I may be able to get a third totem.
What have you learned?
Weapon sets are done. Where do we go? I'll move over towards actually,
Greetings.
I must keep calculating.
didn't quite hit this point, did I? That'll do for now. I can fix things up later. Oh yes, amulet. That's what I wanted to have a look at.
Yes, choose what you need.
Bad.
Go. Speak quickly.
Oh, geez, this might actually be better than what I'm wearing. Gonna be bothered. Slam it.
Indeed.
I don't want to invest too much into it though. Ah. Intelligence. I can't be bothered crafting it more. Oops. Probably have to bump up the spell totem as well, I believe, to... Ooh. That's a nice base. Alright, let's see what we can do with this amulet. It may be worth a cheeky little craft. Is there any else essences that are worth throwing onto amulets? I don't think it's high enough item level for that. But even +2 would be pretty big. Yeah, highest is we could get is +2 on it. Essence. Could throw on a chaos resistance. Or a life. That reminds me, do I have any better rings for stacking chaos resistance? Because if I don't, then I think I'll just throw a chaos resistance on there. I think I have 1 or 2 left. Where was I looking? I still need to craft this up as well. Actually, this is a decent base. I also have this, which isn't too bad. But it doesn't have the implicit. Got a few things to craft up here, actually. This is a nice base. We'll do all this in Endgame, though. In the meantime, let's just focus on this guy. I think for the immediate need that I have is for the chaos resistance. Got 2 Essence of Ruin. Do I use 1 on this? Or do I just go for a more basic option of the life? What do you guys think? Chaos resistance or life? Seeing at 33% chaos resistance. $33. My ultimate goal will be to craft up a pure chaos resistance ring. It's very easy to craft a ring that just solves your chaos resistances. If you get a void flux. I'll take your word for it, Scythe. Sounds like you know what you're talking about. Just get a mage blood, yeah. Problem solved. Get a mega blood. Yeah, I think life is a better option. I can solve my chaos resistances elsewhere. Oh god, I had to low roll, didn't it? Now I want to target the suffix, obviously, to increase my chances of getting the spell levels. Oh, I can actually use the Gnord. This is a 60. Suffix. Now, next question, is this worth an echo? It's only an eye level 60, so I can't get +3, but +2 would still be huge. The only issue is I'm really going to need those echoes for the helmets to try and get the armor applies to chaos eventually. But it does raise the question, is this hardcore? Do I use my currency now and stay alive? Or do I save it? Scythe, Herm, what do you guys reckon? Chaos or not? I mean, sorry, Echo or not? Yeah, true. See, this is why I like you guys. Nice, clear answers. And answers I agree with. Let's go. Yeah, it's a decent enough base that even though it's a low eye level, it still has a lot of potential to it. A lot of potential to probably carry me for a long time if I do hit it. What are the other alternative good rolls? Probably just the crit or res would probably not hurt. Yeah, putrefications use them on every single roll. One per roll. That's a big ouch. Alright, plus skill, plus spell levels is what we're chasing. I'll honestly settle for even +1. Then either a decent res or probably more ideally a crit hit. Let's go. Well, that's definitely a whiff. Good thing we used the Echo. Crit damage bonus. We'll take that. Not the worst outcome. Considering we're Infernalist and we're getting 50% more crit damage as well, that's actually not too bad. We always may get lucky with the Exalt Slam. Pardon me. Pardon me. Oh. Really shouldn't talk while I'm eating, should I? Yeah. Okay, had one greater exaltation omen left. Actually, is that worth using on a greater exalt at this point? Again, I'm asking. No, use currency while I have it. Fuck it. They're easy to farm up as well. Alright, so very highly likely we'll hit an ES on the prefix, which is a brick for us. Not a brick, but useless. Ideally, it would be nice to get a percentage armor. Probably the percentage armor is all we really want on the prefix. And for the suffix, we obviously want the plus levels. Three, two, one. Resistance, and like I said, I knew the energy shield are so heavily weighted in the prefixes that it was inevitable. But we got a decent res, considering the eye level. Not a bad little Amy. Now, we're going to have to do a whole bunch of respecking probably to account for all the attributes I'm going to be missing. Yeah. Yeah, it's a solid amulet. Cast speed, crit damage, a resistance, life, spirit. Pretty much 5 of the mods are decent. Astra Mentis has done its heavy lifting. Now, how much intelligence do we need to switch over? 103, 103, 103. Okay, quite a bit.
How can I be of it?
Another strategy.
35, so... yeah, quite a lot. Actually, this is going to hurt my... You know what? I am going to use the Astromentus until I kill this monkey, because this is going to take a hit to my HP, and I just want to be as beefy as possible for this monkey coming up. So I'm probably going to lose 150 odd life. Shouldn't make a difference, but better safe than sorry. I never get... I always see the same fucking options on these. Oh look, like am I tripping, or are these same options showing up in every single one of my remnants? Healing runes, Skyfall, etc. Healing runes, Skyfall. I wonder if I'm missing a recipe from somewhere, seriously. No, none of this is worth it. Should I take a slam from the monkey for science? See how well the Cloak of Flames performs? I'm tempted. Of course. How much do you guys want to see me eat a monkey slam? Press test the build. No. I'm pretty confident I could. My low skill level, I might, without any choice of my own, to eat it anyway. Yeah, exactly. I've got 10% damage reduction from the Hellhound. I've got Enfeeble. I'm pretty much converting 70% of my physical damage through the Cloak and my Ascendancy. I've got Gore Girdle. Surely I'd be okay. Does he do cold damage with the slam? Surely the slam's physical. Then again, it is like a massive ice pillar that he's slamming down, isn't it? Yeah, if it's cold damage, then probably a lot riskier. Yeti? That's all it's saying here. Howling Caves Yeti. %, converted fizz to cold. Okay, that's not too dramatic. Alright, well look, we're sending it. Fuck it. Did I eat that? I don't think I dodged that, did I? Yeah, but I ate that one. Good thing I'm taking it up. I ate both of them. Oh, I ate that one as well. God. I'm embarrassed by how bad I play this. Alright, come on. Okay, focus now. Oh, God. No one clipped that. I mean, I deliberately did that, guys. I deliberately did that. It was for the viewing.
Well,
Oh, that was fun.
be strong.
What is it? This is all we have. As
No.
expected. Go.
Yeah, bloody any kind of spike more than probably like 40-30% just freaks you the hell out in maps. Hey, take it easy, Nasty. Cheers for popping in, mate. Probably will run into you around town and not even realize it's you. Although you know what I look like now, so say hello. Perms on it. Oh god, immortalized in clip form. The first one I ate unplanned, I will admit. Then after it, I was kind of like laughing at myself and completely lost the plot. But even so, that was pretty horrible. This is the only real haircut. I was shaving my head actually before I was even bald. I just knew what was coming. My granddad was bald when he was like 24 years old, so I didn't fight it.
Your corpse belongs to this mountain now.
I'm gonna have to watch that clip again later. Oh god. If you thought my Trial of Sekima's 4th level clear was horrible, I think this one takes the cake. It really does show how strong the damage conversions are on both the Infernalist and the Cloak of Flames in particular. Like that first slam, I think barely moved my health. Actually, let's bring it up. Let's see how horrible this was. And you'll be happy to see, Herm, I've got it in dark mode. Like this first one, I legitimately tried to dodge it. I literally, like you say, Congley, I perfectly dodged into it. Like, what was I doing? I'm standing here. It's dodging there. I've literally dodged right into it. How much life did that take? God, a full slam for only 300 odd. I guess a bit of energy shield. So was that about 400 damage? Now I just lose the plot and I lose my rotation as well on this. Dodge into it again. That one did a little bit more. Yeah, I'll be avoiding Riverside, I think, based on that performance. So that slam did about 700 damage, and I eat one more, don't I? Yeah, like right now I lose all the totems. Eat that. That did barely anything. Now I'm just like losing it, not even realizing the boss is still alive. 3 slams. Thanks for capturing that, Dodged into it 3 times. Hey, come on, guys. I'm known for my build creation, not my game mechanics, quite obviously. Okay, now I'm really losing it. Fucking hell, okay, concentrate. This is why I became a build creator, to compensate for my lack of skill. I'm so bad at the game, I need to create builds so I don't die. Cheeky Mega Blood. Life streak +3. Not that I already have about 4 of them, but that's definitely worth picking up. I have no idea if any of these are worth something, but that's definitely worth picking up. One more level and we can level up Rim Pillars again as well. Probably. No, 64 I think it was. Yeah, I think the last one was 58, so it would be 64. Oh, stretch out a little bit.
Glad that frozen heat's behind me.
Almost done with interludes. It's been a very relaxed campaign run on this build. Very, very relaxed. Are you playing Diablo, are you, Kongli? Anyway, yeah, lurk away, bud. Ah, Horn. I was about to say, 100 Cube. There's someone that's played Diablo a lot. Who else is still on, by the way? Blaze powering on, Cal's on. Cool. A few people on. Ooh, another solar amulet. We will have to go remember to put that amulet on as well that we just made.
When will they learn not to stand in my way?
Last map of interludes. Let's go.
A tomb of the living? How unnatural.
That's a nice one. We're actually missing that one, so that'll become in very handy. Maybe we had a 14 and a 16, so that'll smooth out the curve as we're getting into endgame.
What nonsense do you speak?
No matter. Now you die!
Maneuver! Stay strong, Selena!
God, Grim Pillars is definitely overtuned. This shit is broken. All right, into Endgame.
This, you have your orders.
If you find a pint out.
Thank you.
What can I do for you? Here for a deal? Good day. Do come again.
How many are these level 3 plus 3? We have 3. That brick.
What is it? What can I do here for a deal? Impeccable. Oh, I'll gladly take that off your hands. Done. Do come again.
Quickly, the time we have. With our forces united,
Okay, we can go to our hideout now. We'll put on that amulet. Actually, we'll maybe even have a very quick look at the trade. See if there's something on par with that. $30 spirit, 30 spirit 1. It's a decent one. 7 divines. Too rich. Too rich for poor old me. No, we'll stick with our one. Where did I put it? No. Alright.
Go on.
Time to change plan.
About, oh god, this is going to be a big hit to life. God, is this actually going to be worth it or not? Oh god. This is going to be an issue. Very short on attributes. None of this gear has got attributes on it. I don't think we're going to have a choice. I think we're going to have to stick with Astromances for now. This isn't going to have any either, once we get to put that on. Would use one of these two. These have got a... maybe this one. Am I going to get enough spirit for another totem anyway? I would. Actually, no, hold on. I should take this off. 150. I've got 40 over. I need 35 or more for another totem. Though either of these would technically meet the requirement as well. This one's got a bunch of life.
Yes.
Time to change plans.
That's not too bad. Damn. Did not think it would be that dramatic. Okay, I need to upgrade spell totems. What's the cutoff? There is a certain threshold of level of spell totem which will give you more. 14, okay. We don't have any 2 all skills, do we? No. Although I do have that other wand in preparation. When does that come online? Oh, very soon. Do I wait for that and craft that up? Probably. So you have that backup jewel. Hold on. There's a guaranteed one apparently in Act 2, isn't there? Buried shrines, I think. Have a quick look. Let's see if we can find another one. I'll take the essence. So apparently the league mechanic in this map has a guaranteed Grim Pillars. So just in case I level up to 14, I want a couple of spares which I can downgrade. We do get plus all to levels later on. Naturally, it's always got to be in the last place you look, isn't it? Please don't come this there. This is frustrating. Seriously, where is this thing? What the hell? Ah, God, I'm a retard. Once you get too high level, it doesn't spawn anymore. Just remembered. Well, I do have that one backup just in case. We'll go to send it on this level 14. Plenty of spares. What's that bumped up the amount of cost? Ah, still super cheap. So now we should be able to put down 1, 2, 3. We have 10 spirit left over. Cool. That's what we wanted. Now we got some points to play around with. I think I'll just get the dual socket. And what did we have? What are resistances like? That's good resistances going into endgame. Nice. Don't have to worry about that. And now we just want a dual. Armor block chance, no. Totem placement. Armor, totem life, and regenerate. That's probably gonna be a good one. Armor placement, speed. Totem life damage, probably this one. Since we're still running Demon Form, the life regen actually helps as well. 90, and what's the degen? Still ahead of it, so we can still keep using that. I'm going to just try and jump straight into a T3, I think. Work our way over to this tower. Okay. Can't do that. Hey, might have kicked me out. Should let us do this one, yeah? Cool. 67 and we're 62. Cannot complete the end game content until you completed campaign. I have completed the campaign. What am I missing here? Does anyone have any idea what I need to do? Yeah, thank you. No, I already talked to him in King's March because I got the 2 skill points, but yeah, you have to talk to him on the bed here, don't you? Yep, there we go. Alright. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Saved me some headaches. Let's see how this T3 5 levels ahead of us feels. Or am I biting off too much, too quick? That reminds me as well. I hope I still got Shrine Scepters on this. I can't remember if I removed them or not. Hopefully not. I know what I can do actually, just to test out my filter. If I can get to a safe spot. Oh, it's a rare though. Actually, it didn't highlight it, did it? Do my other filter work? Oh, I'll just use the other filter, bugger it. I do know that one had Shrine Scepters working. So that's one of the main things we're going to be hunting to get more spirit. Chaos damage definitely hits for a little bit. Gonna have to solve that very soon. Although 2 more levels we get the gloves with 20, so that will feel good. Ah, awesome news, Peroni. Karma, mate. What comes around goes around. That felt okay. We'll definitely feel better with a little bit more chaos resistance. Oh, some Asmeri spirits as well, I think. Increase the chances for those idols. Should hopefully be able to play from the hideout now.
Yes? Choose what you need. Time is of the essence. Speak. Good. Go.
May have to consider crafting. So this is double res with the chaos in life. Triple res. Actually, these are going to be hard to replace for now, so I do need that chaos roll in the gloves. Coming soon. So far so good in these maps, feeling okay. The odd times I get hit with chaos damage though is a little bit sketch, but beyond that it's not too bad. It's also saying I want to try at 65, so pretty soon. We'll give it a bit of a test go with some shields and see how comparable the damage is, and maybe get a little bit more defenses as a result. Are you running Bone Storm? Or planning to for your single target? Most plan builds run. Bone Storm for single target is just unparalleled in the campaign, and honestly, probably even for plants, this is handy anyway, but I'd probably just go for Ravenous Swarm with Corrosion for the armor break. So if you do Bone Storm, the little minions from the Ravenous Swarm consume the impales, increasing your damage, but the armor break from the Corrosion also increases your damage. There's no real solid defensive ones. You could go for something like Frost Nova or some what is it, the Frost Armor or something like that, but I think Ravenous Swarm is the best for any physical damage build.
These are our supplies.
Yes.
Okay, now we had some potential swapping around of things, so we definitely want these gloves. Purely for the chaos res. Even though we lose the armor applies to Ellie. Twink gear. Yeah, that bumps up our chaos with a little bit more. Now we're short on cold, but we're over on fire. That's an easy swap in that place. Do I persist with the Coke of Flames? What else do we have in here? $3,400 armor. What do you reckon, Herm? Do I try and persist with Cloak of Flame and Gore Girdle, or do I just use a proper chest piece and belt? Not struggling with defenses, it's just that those two slots just open up so many resistances and things like that. I got a belt here with Chaos Res. The belt doubles my armor, but I've got 800, 900, 1500. I could more than double my armor just by changing the chest piece. Obviously, the physical damage conversion is huge, but still. Like, if I throw that on, my Chaos Res is pretty much solved. Losing my shit. I want that test this out as well. Do I not have... How much strength do I have? Do the Cloak of Flames have strength? God, where have I lost strength now? Oh, there. God, I'm so short on attributes. More spirit on this one. This is low armor. They're still fairly well way away. So I'd need... Could always use the strength runes for now. Did not factor in how much attribute strain this setup will have. How many of those runes do I have? Strength runes? Quite a few.
Go on.
How can I perfect myself?
Curious to test this out. Oh God. You know what that means. For now, I am conceding. Gonna have to think about this off stream, but for now, we're just solving all our problems with Astromentus. God, I probably unnecessarily put those strength runes and there was more life from... Oh God, so frustrating. I want to play around with an idea. Another one, I think. Nope. Both. Is that a massive hit to the DPS? $114 and
What is it?
Another strategy.
what can I remove? I'll be right back, guys. Just see me make a phone call.
Yes. Choose what you need.
I must keep calculating.
like being back home. Stupid monkey.
Thank you. Yes, I was. Here I've been talking to myself. There's... You just can't use spells with cooldowns. You can practically use anything else from what I understand. Where the hell's the boss? Probably somewhere back here. Alright, so the damage of the Shunabug isn't horrendous. It's definitely better with the wand though. Can you hear me now, by the way? Is it now? Is it working now? Awesome, thank you.
Go on.
Oh, shit, they're not level 70. What to do, what to do. I don't think that's the play. As much as I wanted to test it out. How much armor do I have? It's not a lot. Not a lot at all. A little bit over on the spirit anyway. We'll put this over to weapon set 2. God, it's different resistances though. What's that one? Lightning. Lava lightning? Yes. 130. That's a lightning as well. 130 will be enough actually. Now it's definitely enough. I do need to craft this eventually, but I'll just test this out first with this. again. And we'll try this. So for the pillars, we're going to be throwing it down with a lot more damage due to having the wand. But then the Entangle's going to swap us to the much more defensive setup with Slav, with the lucky block chance and a bit more armor. But we're going to respec.
How can I perfect myself?
Only take the block chance on the weapon set 2. We'll get rid of the area effect, as nice it is. We'll just go super defensive for now. Just get a whole bunch of block chance on the Slaven. We don't want to reduce our armor. Oh, that's a big chunk of block chance. Take the whole wheel, fuck it. Still got 10k armor. What's the effective block chance? 79%. We're maxed out, so maybe we can remove some of these points. 52. That maxes us out, so that saves us at least 1 point. Put elsewhere. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Not. Skill effect duration. We can all put 1 point. Area of effect. Yeah, I'll put an area effect for now. We got 4 points for our DPS setup. It's probably a good choice. I'll just put it into damage for now, up here. Yeah, it's a starting point. So we put down a totem with the wand. We got no block chance, and then we use an entangle. And we've got our block out with effective block chance of 80% to block all damage. That should feel very tanky without any sacrifice to... for now, as much as I don't want to use up these runes, I'll make myself a little bit tankier. Oh, we'll give it a go. What's the worst that can happen in hardcore, hey? It's not like we can die. Alright, put this away. May play around with that off stream, see if I can get it to work. Just confirming, definitely got enough spirit for 2 totems in both, alright. Damage is definitely better with the wand. Always forget to go into demon form. Don't know like how long I can maintain demon form. I'm really gonna have to think about this build during some off time. The attribute strain was not a lot worse than I expected it to be. Added with... I always knew demon form will be hard to maintain as well, but... too many things being juggled at the moment, I think.
Divinity disgraces the world. No one is safe. You stand in the way of hope. Tomorrow is at hand. Let the gods die. Die in a pit of lies. My flesh.
Oh, he hits hard, doesn't he? Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this. Going to have to think about this. No, running into some challenges, Cal. The very first thing is, I knew there would be a little bit of attribute strain trying to juggle both armor and a caster setup. But I didn't realize, not realize, but it's just so happens that all the pieces that I had kind of left over from my previous build, like, have practically no attributes on them. So I've had to stick with the Astramentus, which is the first problem. You know, this isn't ideal. And that attribute strain also then, therefore, like, the armor's not really where I want it to be. Like, in my caster setup, I'm at 5,000. In my more defensive setup, when I'm popping the Grim Pillars, I'm at 10k, which is way too low. Yeah, no scavenge plating, no charge regulation as well on top of that. I may have to reconsider whether I can actually pull this off with armor. I probably have enough currency to probably find some loose bits and pieces. And I'm getting through these kind of like low-level tier maps well enough. It's not bad. But I need to have a think about it. I need to spend some time in POB, I think, over a bit later tonight off stream and maybe tomorrow morning. Yeah, exactly. Spot on. Like, I feel super tanky with this once I've placed the pillars down, but if I get caught and hit in the spell totem animation in this weapon set, I'm fucked. You know, there's no way I'm surviving with, you know, I'm obviously still low level at, what, 67, but still, 2k kind of effective life with 5k armor, that's not going to cut it. This is okay. I feel tanky in this because I've got effective block of near 80% with the Svalin. So this feels tanky enough, but yeah. Not sure. It doesn't feel... isn't sitting quite right at the moment. Are you live, Cal? I'm probably going to call it there on that point because, like I said, I probably don't want to risk the character when I know this isn't quite working at the moment. I need to do some theory crafting, and I don't want to sit here doing that on stream. I'll bore you guys to death. That and I need something to eat anyway. You there, Cal? Okay, no worries. Who else is on that we can raid? Pass on all of you. Blaze is on. I think that may be the win. Yeah, I reckon Blaze is the go. All right, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much, the Dorigas, Herm, Atomic, all you lads. Thank you for those of you that have chatted away. Thank you for all of those of you that have hung around from Miso's stream. It's been a pleasure having you. It wasn't the most kind of dropped off on my energy levels near the end there. Wasn't too talkative, but hey, it was fun having you. Hopefully there was something interesting there for you. You know, obviously trying a bit of a crazy build here, doing armor grim pillars on an Infernalist. You can see some of the struggles we run into as build creators. Like, we have an idea in our head and then in practice it doesn't always work out, and this is a clear example of that. You know, it's kind of, it's functional, but it's definitely not where it should be. Anyways, thank you all. I'll pass you over to Blaze. He just went offline. Oh no, he went back online. Good. I thought he just logged right in front of me. All right, 10 seconds and we're off, guys. Thank you once again.